Clerk, please begin recording. The hour of 2 o'clock having come and gone, the House State Government Administration Committee shall come to order. I do have a replacement letter from Leader Tony McCombie, replacing permanent member Wayne Rosenthal with temporary member Charles Meyer. Also, it's my understanding that Representative Coffey will be filling in as spokesperson today. Appreciate that. Clerk, please call the roll.
Blair Sherlock.
Here.
Grassi. Here. Coffey. Here. Crawford. Here. Davis. Here. Favor Dias. Present. Ryan. Here. Swanson. Meyer. Here.
With 8 members in attendance, a quorum is present. When you're speaking, please remember to press the microphone. I would ask that if possible, especially if you're holding a bill on second, that you keep it kind of brief. We have a lot of bills to get through today, and there's a committee after us, and we don't want to jam up the committee behind us. So today we're going to be calling House Bill 5281, Hoffman, House Bill 4950, Hoffman, House Bill 5283, Slaughter, House Bill 5205, Cuellar, House Bill 5095, House Committee Amendment 1, Canty, House Bill 5190, Hansen, House Bill 1557, Meyer, and House Bill 5090, Ryan. The chair recognizes Rep. Hoffman to present House Bill 5281. Just really quickly, with respect to witness slips, there are none. So we have no proponents, no opponents, and no position. Please proceed, Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. This is an initiative of the Secretary of State's office, so I'd be very surprised if they weren't a proponent, but sometimes I forget to file slips. This is very simple. It indicates and authorizes the court clerk to notify the Secretary of State for purposes of imposing discretionary license revocations by providing copies of a uniform citation and compliance for instances of fatal crash, an indictment for a vehicle code violation resulting in death, or an indictment for reckless homicide when driving a vehicle. This is only indicating how the Secretary of State can get notified, so they have received a notification in order to take the requisite actions that are already indicated under the law.
Well, that seems to make sense. Do you have any witnesses?
I don't believe.
Okay, fabulous. Are there any questions for the sponsor? Okay, seeing none, there being no further debate, Representative Ryan moves that House Bill 5281 do pass. Do we have leave? Thank you. Leave being granted on a vote of?
I did good.
Or wait, I'm sorry, you're right. On a vote of 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 voting present, House Bill 5281 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you. The chair now recognizes Rep. Hoffman to present House Bill 4950.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. I have individuals from IDOT here. This is an IDOT initiative, and it's regarding IDOT's Project Delivery Omnibus Bill. First, the bill would allow properties valued under $50,000 to do a waiver valuation instead of a full appraisal, which is consistent with federal law. That's what federal law does. Currently, the threshold is $20,000. It would also allow IDOT to utilize conditional right-of-ways and start projects earlier when only a few parcels remain for acquisition. Third, the bill clarifies that IDOT is allowed to exert eminent domain both in private and public properties. The tollway and municipalities have this right. This would just give IDOT the same right. The underlying bill also provides for a threshold for contract changes approval by top agency executives from $250,000 to $750,000 for highway projects. This was passed last year out of committee unanimously. However, Our understanding is the Senate may have some problems, so we're going to have an amendment that will remove that provision. The amendment has not caught up to the bill, so it'll be a floor amendment, and we'll come back to the committee regarding it. So thanks for your consideration. We have individuals from IDOT who would be here to answer questions or limited testimony.
Thank you so much. Real quick, let me do the witness slips. We have 9 proponents, 1 opponent, 0 no position. The proponents are Aaron Goldstein, who's here to testify, Illinois State Department of Transportation, Amanda Lundeen, Illinois Department of Transportation, Dan Lewis, Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation, Kathleen Abbott, IDOT, Kevin Ardle, American Council of Engineering Companies of Illinois, Mark Polis, Local 150 Operating Engineers, Michael Storino, Illinois Road and Transportation Builders Association, Robert Rescott from the Illinois Concrete Pavement Association, and Tia Davis, the Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation. The opponent is Keith Wheeler from Michael Best Strategies on behalf of Illinois Coalition of Appraisal Professionals. I guess that one should
And
not
Keith
surprise
used to be
me.
such a friend of mine.
Right? I guess that shouldn't surprise me. So did you want to offer testimony, or are you just here to answer questions?
Mostly just here to answer questions. This is our project delivery bill to help projects move forward faster and make sure that we are reducing any delays possible. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the fact that IDOT has spent quite a bit of time with me on these bills, because I have lots of questions before we even get to committee, and they've all been answered to my satisfaction. I appreciate that. Did you want to present testimony?
Very briefly, Keith Wheeler from Michael Best Strategies on behalf of the Illinois Coalition of Appraisal Professionals. Just want to say that we're working together with IDOT to try and find some common ground here on the waiver valuation issue, but the appraisers still have concerns at this point, so we're opposed.
Understood. And this is also being held on second for an amendment, so possibly before the amendment is done, you guys can work something out, okay? Any more testimony? Okay. Do any members have any questions? Okay, Representative Coffey?
Is this going to come back to committee, or is it going straight to the floor?
It will come back.
It will come back. So right now you have eminent domain and private property, and this is just giving you eminent domain and public property?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, no further questions.
Representative Meyer? That was my question. Oh, great minds think alike. Okay. Do we have any more questions from the members? Representative Grassi.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment for the record. It sounds like a common sense sort of piece of legislation. Is there a cost savings for doing something like this to the state? If there is, I always like to have that on record too.
Absolutely. So for every month we delay a project that increases the cost of the project, be that materials, labor, even just all of those prices go up, but also land acquisition as well. So with our waiver valuations, that's a shorter process than a full appraisal. That will save us weeks on projects that require that. Conditional right-of-way, that'll prevent us from holding up a project when we have just 2 parcels left or 3 parcels left. And then for sometimes on the eminent domain issue, there are sometimes those negotiations can drag out for a very, very long time. And so we want the court system to be able to settle them in a timely manner.
Thank you for that. I think it's really important, especially with just how expensive everything is, and to show ways that we are really taking care of what we spend and the tax dollars that are used for that. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Clerk, please add Representative Swanson to the roll. Okay, just so that we're clear, I believe that you have represented Leader Hoffman, that you will hold this on second and you will come back to committee with the amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're holding on second for an amendment. Do we have any more questions from the members? Okay, seeing none. There being no further debate, Representative Grassi moves that House Bill 4950 do pass. Is there leave? Leave being granted on a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 voting present. House Bill 4950 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, and thank you for running such an efficient operation.
Thank you. It's the team. I have the most amazing committee team on the planet, so it's them. Okay, that's my order, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Is she good? That the one you did in red? That one. Thank you. Representative Slaughter. The chair recognizes Representative Slaughter to present House Committee Amendment 1 to House Bill 5283. Would you like to adopt the amendment?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you. Representative Davis moves to adopt Committee Amendment 1 to House Bill 5283. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Rep. Slaughter to present House Bill 5283 as amended. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Good afternoon. I'm asking the committee support in advancing House Bill 5283, which sets the stage for IDOT to create a small business enterprise program. The last year has been tumultuous for women and minority-owned businesses enrolled as disadvantaged business enterprises, DBEs. Due to the interim final rule published by the United States Department of Transportation on October 3rd, 2025, IDOT is no longer able to certify DBEs based on race and gender. Many of us have been following this and have been following what the White House has been doing over the last couple of years with this. IDOT has worked relentlessly to reevaluate their DBEs so they can resume setting goals on projects. However, we can't stop there. There's great value in setting up a small business enterprise program, which would allow IDOT to create goals for small businesses on federally funded projects. DBEs would be eligible to enroll in as an SBE program and continue participation regardless of what the future federal environment holds. To ensure our program is approved by the Federal Highway Administration, IDOT is aligning the definition of small business with the Small Business Administration definition. This definition serves as a cap and allows IDOT to further target smaller businesses with tiers and set-asides. The original bill changed the definition statewide. What we're doing here in the amendment, based on some feedback from stakeholders, we are narrowing that definition to just IDOT contracts. I ask that you join me in expanding contracting opportunities for small businesses, and I do have a representative here from IDOT here to help answer questions. What we're trying to do here is comply with these new federal standards. The bill is supported by several minority-owned businesses in the spaces of construction and infrastructure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If I could, the witness slips. We have 5 proponents, 0 opponents, 0 no opposition. The proponents are Aaron Goldstein, Illinois Department of Transportation, Amanda Lundeen, Illinois Department of Transportation, Dan Johnson, Lobbying for Improvements, Frank Bass, the Bass Group, and Mark Pullis from Local 150 Operating Engineers. And just to add a little background myself, I did meet with some of these witnesses, and I met with the IDOT, and again, I appreciate it because I did have some concerns. But for clarity, this only applies to IDOT, and IDOT is still able to, in certain circumstances, set the bar lower for the criteria of establishing what a small business is, because we don't want to crush the real small businesses in the event that there's something in the future that expands it to what we don't consider a small business anymore. So I appreciate your satisfying my questions on that. Okay, did you want to offer?
Couldn't have said it better, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Did you want to offer any testimony?
Only to say that this is a direction that a lot of states are moving. This is something that will expand opportunities for small businesses with IDOT projects, and we think that this will also be good in the long term for our DBEs, no matter what the federal environment brings.
And that was Aaron Goldstein. Do
Yes,
me a
sorry.
favor. Always start with your name.
Yes.
That's all. Okay, thank you. Did you want to provide any testimony? You good? Okay, excellent. So we'll open it up to questions from the members. Do any of the members have questions? Okay, Representative Coffey.
So can you explain to me, what standards do we have now for the small businesses?
So
Because I'm confused that we have these programs now, but you're trying to change them to meet the federal standards, but you don't want to meet the federal standard? I don't.
So currently, yeah, so currently, IDOT, we don't have any strictly small business program, as, you know, other states would have like a small business enterprise program. There have been attempts in the past, and, but currently what we have for small businesses is we have our disadvantaged business enterprise program, which is you know, heavily federally regulated program, where in the past, before October 2025, women and minority-owned businesses can get certified as a DBE, and contractors, prime contractors on IDOT projects have goals to be able to meet in terms of DBE participation. In October 2025, the federal government issued an interim final rule which said that you no longer could certify DBEs based on race and gender. This was a change to the last 40 years of the DBE program, and so we have been working to reevaluate our program to bring it in line with the federal government's interim final rule, and we've actually submitted that to FHWA for you know, given notice to them. So this would add a small business program. Again, we are an agency that gets about 50% of our dollars reimbursed by the federal government, so it will still need to be in line with what FHWA's expectations are, and we look forward to doing that.
So does this program, is it open to any small business owner or just minority business owners?
This is a race-neutral program, and it'll be, well, the key criteria, especially this bill is dealing with, is based on the size of your business.
So, okay. All right, thank you.
Representative Meyer.
It's very similar to my House Bill 2833, which is sitting on the House floor for all state contracts for small businesses. So it is a good bill. We can't leave it at the same number that it was in 2014. I know that IDOT uses a business in an emergency situation when there's storms that wash something out and you need that contractor, and you've lost a lot of them because they're no longer under 14 million. So I consider it a good bill.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Any more
Representative.
questions or comments from members? Okay. Seeing none, there being no further debate, Representative Grassi moves that House Bill 5283 do pass as amended. Do we have leave? Excellent. Leave being granted on a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed. House Bill 5283 is declared passed as amended and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Thank you so much.
Rep. Canty. The chair recognizes Representative Canty to present House Committee Amendment 1 of House Bill 5095. Did you wish to adopt the amendment?
I do.
Thank you. Representative Grassi moves to adopt Committee Amendment 1 to House Bill 5095. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Canty to present House Bill 5095 as amended. Just really quickly, we have 55 proponents, 187 opponents, and 1 no position. Do I have permission to waive the reading of the witness slips? Thank you. Rep. Canty, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Spokes, and members of the committee. We are here today to hear House Bill 5095 as amended, which is a very straightforward bill and simply codifies the current process employed by the Secretary of State regarding gender markers on driver's licenses. Oh my goodness, sorry, it's been a long day. They currently have a form that is designed and being used in place. They currently allow for Illinoisans to select male, female, or non-binary for their sex on their ID. And so this bill would just codify that process and protect the designation form that's currently in use, making sure that it is kept confidential, protected like medical statements, and only released by court order. It's timely and necessary because of what we have seen related to increased attacks on the transgender community and the targeting of state identifications like we've seen in other states such as Kansas and others. I have Mike Zeri here with me from Planned Parenthood if there are any questions from the committee.
Thank you. I'm going to assume without going through all these witness slips that you have a witness slip, Mr. Zeri? You filed a witness slip?
Yes.
Just want to make sure you filed a witness slip.
There is in the big list. There is.
Gotcha.
I'm in there.
And I'm also assuming that you're here to answer questions, or did you also want to offer
questions.
testimony? Just questions. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do we have any questions of the committee? Representative Swanson.
Thank you. Just a quick question, Madam Chair. Will changing, this is on a driver's license,
Indeed.
will this change any part of the real ID? Will people have to rush out and get a new driver's license to accommodate this coding? And will TSA and other places require real ID? Will they accept an X on that box?
I can't speak specifically to Real ID. What I can tell you is that this process is already being employed here in the state of Illinois, and the Secretary of State is neutral on this bill.
But we don't know if that driver's license, because that coding is on there, will that be accepted at an airport?
Mike Zeri, Planned Parenthood Illinois Action. Yes, it is. This is the process we are codifying has been in place since at least 2019. And there's been no issues with folks flying, folks getting a real ID. There's no issues right now. Secretary of State looked at the bill. We worked with them on the bill. They are neutral on the bill.
So we've been doing this since 2019?
Yes.
It's taken us 7 years to put it in statutes?
Well, we are here now to do that, so, yeah.
Okay, well, things happen.
I wasn't here in 2019, so it's not my fault. But it is my understanding. So just for clarity, right, this is something that the Secretary of State was doing basically without statutory authority, but that's the designation that they've been using all that time.
Correct.
So, yeah. Okay, so I'm sorry, Representative Ryan, did you have a question? Oh, see, nobody wants to take blame for the delay. Okay, sounds good to me. Do any other members have any questions? Representative Grassi.
More of a comment. At a time where so many of our neighbors are being intentionally attacked and discriminated against, I am grateful for ways we can put into law just human decency and respect. So I thank you, and please add me to the bill.
Thank you. We will do so.
Fabulous. Any more questions, comments from the members? Seeing none. There being no further debate, Representative Grassi moves that House Bill 5095 do pass as amended. Excuse me. Do we have leave? Partisan leave. Partisan leave being granted with 6 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 voting present. House Bill 5095 is declared passed as amended and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hansen, are you in the room? Excellent. The chair recognizes Representative Hansen to present House Bill 5190.
Thank you, Madam Chair, spokesperson, and members of the committee. Present to you today House Bill 5190, which merely changes the repeal date of the Radiation Protection Act of 1990 from January 1st of this upcoming year, 2027, to January 1st, 2037. This is an initiative of the Illinois Emergency Management Agency and Office of Homeland Security, and this is making sure that the functions that are currently performed by the IEMA are able to continue beyond January 1st of next year. That includes things like regulatory authority, safety standards, environmental protection standards, licensing and penalties, and this 10-year extension is needed so they can continue to do their everyday work. Be asking for this group to pass it and hold it on second with the purpose of deciding where it's going to land. Could it land in a possible sunset omnibus or gumbo with a 10-year extension, or possibly a 5-year extension? So the principles are not going to change. The dates may, its final resting place may land to. Joining me today is Victor Zapata from IEMA for any questions.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Zapata, I'm going to do the witness slips, and you have not filed one. So if you're going to give testimony.
Yes, he has.
Not for today.
I'll take care of it, Chair.
You might have done it when it was originally scheduled, but each time the committee gets rescheduled.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so there are, as far as witness slips go, 0 proponents, 0 opponents, 0 no position. All right. So did you want to present testimony? You could file a slip later.
No, ma'am. Just answer any questions the committee may have.
Okay, excellent. So do any members have any question? I think this is pretty clear cut, and he's holding it on second. So, okay, Representative Coffey?
Is this being brought back to committee? Or you did do it before?
It can come back to committee if we're going to change, if it's going to end up in.
Thank you, Representative. It might, if we end up changing the amount of the years, if we have to amend the extension. Thank you, sir.
He said better than I could. If it stays as a 10-year extension, it can run as is, but if we'll come back if it's going to change to a 5-year extension.
Yeah, just because we need to keep the record straight on these things, so this is going to be held on second, if not just, well, it's going to be held on second. That's the understanding today, okay? So we can discuss it in the future, but you're committing to hold it on second.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any questions or comments from the members? Okay, seeing none, there being no further debate, Representative Davis moves that House Bill 5190 do pass. Do we have leave? Thank you. Leave being granted on a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 voting present. House Bill 5190 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good meeting.
Okay, Representative Meyer, are you ready? Fabulous. The chair recognizes Representative Meyer to present House Bill 1557.
1557 was brought to my attention by a small non-for-profit, and it amends the Charitable Trust Stabilization Act and provides to receive a grant under the act, an organization must, and we're changing it. It says they have to have a full-time employee. These grants are from $5,000 to $250,000. And if you've got a small not-for-profit and they're applying for a $5,000 grant, they don't have any employees, they can't get that grant. So if they want to hire an employee, a full-time employee at $15 an hour, they're going to spend $35,000 to get a $5,000 grant. The treasurer's office hasn't really wanted to change this policy, but I think somewhere in there, whether a certified accountant or somebody goes through what the grant does and the final cost, there should be a way of doing this. Why force a not-for-profit to get the grant to have to hire somebody when they're trying to use all their resources to maybe run a food pantry or run a museum or something else? Just doesn't make sense to me. So that's why I'd like to try to move this bill or see if they would come back and try to negotiate something along these lines. But Treasurer's office just says they don't want to work with us.
Okay, so let me read the witness slips. There's 0 proponents. There's 1 opponent, which is Catherine Shannon from the Illinois State Treasurer's Office, and no position. Representative Meyer, we have an agreement that you're going to hold this on second and continue to have discussions with the Treasurer's Office, correct?
That is correct. If we can get them to try to move
Okay.
something, I just find it as a lot of waste of taxpayer money requiring somebody to get hired so they can get a grant.
Yes, I understand that. And if you know you need my assistance or something in facilitating a meeting, I'm more than happy to do that. So, but we have an agreement to hold this on second in light of the Illinois State Treasurer's objection. Do any members have any questions? Okay, seeing none. There being no further debate, Representative Coffey moves that House Bill 1551 do pass. Again, this is with an understanding that it's being held on second.
1557.
I'm sorry, thank you for that correction. House Bill 1557, my apologies. Okay, I'm going to start that over. There being no further debate, Representative Coffey moves that House Bill 1557 do pass. Do we have leave? Thank you. Leave being granted on a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 voting present. House Bill 1557 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor so I can talk to the sponsor. Okay, so I'm going to read the witness slips. Did I? Yeah. I recognize Rep. Ryan to present House Bill 5090. We have 1 proponent, which is Dana Stoger, who's here from CMS. We have 3 opponents. Engineering Society of Illinois, formerly known as Illinois Society of Professional Engineers. Kim Robinson from Illinois Professional Land Surveyors Association, and Mark Stryzak, who I don't know what he's with. This says he submitted written testimony. We are not in possession of that. So, in the interim, so there's no position. Why don't I let you start presenting your bill while we look into that? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure nobody remembers this, but we presented this last week, and we held it over because of a proponent that popped up at the last second, or an opponent, excuse me, that popped up at the last second. That was Local 150, who accidentally submitted a slip that they withdrew. There was also an engineering firm that we contacted and discussed their position. I will let Dana talk to that, but let me just, and I'll let you go ahead and explain what the bill does and why there's some misunderstanding as to what the bill's trying to accomplish. And it seems like every time we explain the misconception, people peel off, but on this one issue with the engineers, we've not been successful, but want to move the bill forward anyways.
Hi, Dana Stoger, CMS. So what this bill is doing is allowing CMS to enter into the Capital Development Board Chief Procurement Officer's processes for the Design Build Act. This is giving us the ability to do construction and construction-related services as defined as it relates to Section 405-217 of the CMS Act, which is site readiness work. That site readiness work is specifically only relating to abatement, remediation, and demolition of any surplus real property. Surplus real property is property the state owns that is defined in the procurement code. It's a very limited number of properties. In this case, it is 5. This is allowing us to do what we plan on doing, which is the demolition of buildings on those properties to get them site ready for disposal from state ownership into either private or municipal ownership to be developed on. This is allowing us to only go to one CPO for that process rather than the current language that requires us to go to the General Services CPO and the Capital Development Board CPO. We will be following all of the rules and requirements and regulations of the CPO for CDB.
So would it be fair to say this gets rid of a layer of red tape and cuts the process down by 50% so that this can be sold and generate revenue for the state of Illinois?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, and just for the record, I don't know if he did the witness slip incorrectly or what, but we do not have any written testimony to present to the members. My apologies, we never received it. Anybody paying attention to this meeting, please note that there are procedures for submitting written testimony. You have to get it to staff so that they can actually get it to us at committee, or the testimony is just not presented. So I just want to clarify that.
And I thank you, Madam Chair, and obviously I cannot rebut something that hasn't been presented, so I will offer no rebuttal to the phantom written slip.
There you go. Yeah, and the other thing is that there was no entity attached to it, so it's difficult for me to know. But I also, as I do in almost every meeting, would like to emphasize to people, if you have a problem with a bill in my committee, let me know. Don't wait until 15 minutes before the committee starts. So please, if you have an issue, make the sponsor aware. We will address it in a timely fashion. But it really kind of puts staff in a bad place, right? When we get hit with this stuff at the last minute, a lot of planning goes into these meetings, which is one of the reasons we can go through them so quickly. Now, I just want clarity, you are not holding this on second, correct? That is not your intention?
That is correct. We are in an impasse with this one engineering firm, and we don't believe they truly understand what the bill does. I think they believe it's a broader scope than it actually is. This really only applies to 4 projects currently in the state of Illinois that need to get movement on them, that need to be sped up, need to get these properties sold for, again, to generate revenue for the state.
Well, yeah, and look, we don't pay taxes to ourselves, right? So as long as the state owns a property, it's not generating any income for the state, be it property taxes or sales taxes or whatever. So we certainly want to expedite that process as best as possible. Did you have a question? Representative Swanson has some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're talking about disposing of some property. Is there a list anywhere that would list all the CDB properties that are available for sale, or at least available for the public to look at and possibly want to buy?
Every year we submit the actualized real property report, utilization report, which lists all of the state-owned property in the state. Some are surplus, some are not, but the 5 properties this language is germane to are contained within the Surplus to Success program, which if you Google that, that'll take you to the CMS website that has a list. Those properties are in Jacksonville, Dwight, Lincoln, Rockford, and Kankakee.
But all the other properties you said are released annually?
Yeah, we submit a report to the General Assembly every year that details all of the state-owned property. They are not all surplus property. The vast majority, if not all of them, are in current use by the state. We don't have a lot of property that's just laying around.
But we do have some that could generate some great income for the state if the public was aware of it. So it seems that maybe it should be, instead of just providing a list to the General Assembly, maybe we should be putting this on the website, these properties. I mean, we've talked before about the property sitting in Galesburg, a big, beautiful building. It's been sitting now empty for 9 years, that most people don't even know it's available.
And we have advertised that building in the Galesburg area and tried to sell that multiple times. We have not gotten a fair market value. Like we want to get rid of that.
Right,
Yeah.
right. I'm just pulling that out as an example that there's other properties out there that we should make the public aware of, in my views, that we could be selling to generate revenue, because just like a house not lived in is a house that falls apart.
Sure, and to that, a part of, if we do have a property like these surplus to success program properties, they have buildings on them that need to be demolished that, in these cases, are significantly older. So they have a lot of issues that we need to get through to be able to get rid of them. And developers don't necessarily want to come in and buy a property they have to demolish an incredible, expensive building on. And so this is to get the land flat and ready for developmental use.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to the, have you talked to CDB? There were some conflicting dates with HB 3730 and 5090.
Yes, we've talked to CDB. We're in support of their bill, and we can have an amendment filed on there to remove our Design Build Act extension. It's there to make sure that if there is some sort of sunset omnibus that does materialize, that language does exist and can be pulled.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Meyer?
Listening to the towns, are two of these the old SODCs that were closed?
State Developmental Centers?
Yes.
Yes, they are.
And how many acres are each one of those?
1 second.
Okay.
They're all roughly over 100, but give me 2 seconds and I can give you the number. Jacksonville Developmental Center is roughly 100 acres. Lincoln Developmental Center is about 100 acres as well.
Okay. I'm just thinking, I'm not a big supporter of all the solar on our productive farmland. Maybe this would be a good place for the state to put the solar. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other members have any questions? Seeing none, there being no further debate, Representative Davis moves that House Bill 5090 do pass. Do we have leave? Leave being granted on a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 voting present. House Bill 5090 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. We are going to stand at ease while we wait for the last bill sponsor to come from another committee. So stand at ease, please. And we are back. The chair recognizes I can do this on a good day, but it's. Why am I losing it? Guerrero Cuellar.
You got it.
To present House Bill 5205, but before that, and my apologies, I think I'm just tired. With respect to witness slips, we have 0 proponents, 0 opponents, 0 no positions. So if you're here to present testimony, you need to file a witness slip, okay? And certainly identify yourself before you speak. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm hoping he does not have to speak. I think this is really clear and precise. So House Bill 5205 is an initiative from the Department of Agriculture, right? We all know Jerry Costello, love him. What it does is it requires a comptroller to pay the Department of Agriculture for state fair competition personnel and entertainment to support contracts necessary to provide the entertainment to each state fair through an impress account. So what we're asking is we want the payout to be given directly to the Department of Agriculture to delay paying out individuals. So I'll give an example, like the judges that we have for the shows at the state fair. It's taking some time to pay them out. And so instead, this way, the Department of Agriculture can, with a quick turnaround after they receive an invoice or however they process, just turn around and pay them out instead of folks waiting 6 months to a year to get paid out for being a judge at a show.
Could we see that expanded? No, I'm just, okay. I'm going to be quiet now. All right. Do we have did you want to present testimony or you just want to be here for questions?
I think Representative Guerrero Cuellar did a great job capturing the intent of what we're trying to accomplish here. Essentially, members of the committee,
Your
Tyler
name?
Bohannon, Department
Say
of
your name.
Agriculture. This is an initiative.
Your name.
Tyler Bohannon, Illinois Department of Agriculture,
Thank you.
Bureau Chief of Legislative Affairs. Essentially, what we're trying to do is codify existing practice to ensure that what we saw with the former administration and their lack of an ability to pay state fair competition judges and the like does not happen again. That's essentially all we're trying to accomplish with this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Absolutely appreciate that. Do any members have any questions? Representative Coffey.
Yes, would you please add me as a co-sponsor? I always like when people in the 95th District get paid quicker. That's always a good thing, so.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Do any other members have any questions or concerns? Seeing none, there being no further debate, Representative Ryan moves House Bill 5205 do pass. Do we have leave? Yes. Thank you. Leave being granted on a vote of 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 voting present. House Bill 5205 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Just a reminder to everybody, we are meeting again tomorrow at 4 o'clock. There being no further business, the House State Government Administration Committee shall stand in recess until the call of the chair. Thank you.
Okay, the committee is ready to begin. LIS clerk, are you ready? Okay, with that, the hour of 4 p.m. having come and gone, the House Higher Education Committee shall come to order. And clerk, can you please take the roll?
Stewart. Here. Chung. Here. Swanson.
Present.
Ammons. Here. Blair Sherlock. Here. Freeze. Here. Gong Gershowitz. Here. Hernandez Barbara. Here. Hernandez Norma. Here. Katzmull. Rosenthal. Ugaste.
With 9 members present, that is a quorum. The intention is to begin with House Bill 5501 with Leader Hoffman. If you're ready, Mr. Hoffman. The chair recognizes Leader Hoffman to present House Bill 5501.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. First of all, there is an amendment that has been filed that hasn't caught up that would replace everything in this current bill, and we would simply extend for Illinois State University the single prime procurement method for an additional 5 years. When the sunset was last extended January 1st of 2026, the act was inadvertently missed. And so ISU has a project that is in the pipeline right now, and Representative Chung can kind of probably help understand that or explain it. And because we changed the single prime procurement for new projects, we missed the one that for existing projects, and this would help out ISU so they could continue to do what they've already started with a single prime procurement, which means you do bid. You do design, bid, build, all three. And although we extended it for new projects, we didn't extend it for existing or in the pipeline.
Thank you. Just to clarify, what's in the bill now will be totally, completely different and be just simply what the leader just explained.
And we're just using this as a vehicle to help out Illinois State University.
Right. Just for the record, there are 4 proponents filing witness slips: Brad Franke with the Illinois State University, Jennifer Stevens with the University of Illinois System, John Charles with the Southern Illinois University System, and Katie Davidson with Northern Illinois University. There are 2 opponents, Kim Robinson, I don't know if it's the same Kim Robinson or 2 different Kim Robinsons, representing Engineering Society of Illinois and Illinois Professional Land Surveyors Association. With that, are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Chung.
I just wanted to say thank you to Leader Hoffman when you answered that call that I gave you a couple weeks ago about this issue. And I do know that it will be very, very helpful for Illinois State University. I believe that there's a campus dining hall project is what I think it's about, and that again, it was, we already have this in place. What we're just trying to do is to extend it. So I appreciate you bringing this forward. Thank you.
Representative Ammons is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leader Hoffman, just for me, I don't understand the single prime design and how it relates to making sure that there is inclusion and diversity in the projects. Can you help me understand that?
It's my understanding it doesn't affect existing law with regard to inclusion and diversity.
Okay.
Single prime is just a mechanism where you don't go out and get a separate contract for an engineer,
Yes.
architect. Yeah, and so what you do is you do the design, the bid, and the build all over a single contractor, general contractor, who then contracts out with the subcontractors.
But they are still subject to.
Yes, I would never change any of that.
I didn't think you would. I was a little questionable about this, but
Yeah.
thank you for clarifying that for
Okay.
me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Minority spokesperson Swanson is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to clarify, I'm sure you will, but when the amendment's done, you'll bring it back to committee.
Yeah. It's as you know, this calendar has not been kind to our amendment process. Let's just say it that way.
It's not our calendar. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so just clarify for the record, we'll be voting on this, but it will be held on second until it comes back for an amendment. There being no further debate, can we add Representative Katz-Mull to the roll, please? There being no further debate, Representative Chung moves that House Bill 5501 do pass. Do we have leave?
We're going to do partisan, awaiting to see the amendment.
There being 8 votes in favor, 2 opposed, and none voting present, House Bill 5501 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you, Leader Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee.
The chair will now recognize Leader Lilly for a wonderful series of bills. Can we go in numerical order? Does that work for you? Okay. So the chair, whenever you're ready, the chair recognizes Leader Lilly to present House Bill 5460, 5460.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen of this fabulous committee. Our first bill in the series is HB 5460. Okay. Hello to you too. And we have Catherine with me to answer any questions that you may have for the bill. And the first bill again is HB 5460, and it's a Postmaster of Social Work School Social Work Professional Educational Licensing Scholarship. And this is an existing program that we're doing some tweaking to make it even better. So I'm going to turn it over to Catherine to expound.
Thank you. I'm Catherine Grisovich with the Illinois Student Assistance Commission. One of the things that this bill would do is actually provide an alternative, shorter, catchier name, the School Social Work Scholarship, so that people do not have to say everything that Leader Lilly just said when they're describing the program. We actually have found that to be a challenge in communicating about the program and letting people know that this is available to them. The other changes that this would make are one, the most significant is that we would be allowing students to use this program at private not-for-profit institutions that offer the specific type of program that the scholarship is geared towards. Right now, it can only be used at public institutions. There are only 7 that offer the kind of program that the scholarship is used for, and we've found not a great deal of take-up so far with the scholarship. So we think that might be one thing that could help with particularly place-bound adult students. They may be able to find a program that is easier for them to access. The other changes, we would be making a couple of more technical tweaks. The way the current law is written, it requires that the applicant have their Master of Social Work and their social work license before they start a professional educator license program. Those programs don't actually require you to have both of those things in hand at the time you start the program. So what the bill would do is just change that as long as the person has completed the work, they don't have to actually have that license and that degree in hand. They can receive those formally while they're doing their professional educator license program. And then those are the primary changes the bill would make. I'm glad to attempt to answer questions if people have any.
Thank you. For the record, on witness slips, you have 5 filed as proponents. Dr. Brian Apollo from Chicago Public Schools, John Lauder, representing the Illinois Association of Regional School Superintendents, Catherine Grisovich with ISAC, Kristen Rubelke, representing the National Association of Social Workers Illinois, and Phil Milsk with the Illinois Association of School Social Workers. And I just want to, we need more social workers in our K-12 schools, and this is our attempt to try to solve for that problem, right? So I appreciate your efforts on this, and I think it's a really good way to try to tackle that program, that hole and that problem that we have in our schools. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Minority Spokesperson Swanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Is there any fiscal impact?
So we do think that hopefully more people will actually take advantage of the program. We are not asking for any additional funding. As I mentioned earlier, there has been pretty low uptake for the program. We had last year 15 scholarship recipients who got about $89,000 in scholarships total. This program is funded in one lump sum along with the School and Municipal Social Work Shortage Loan Repayment Program. Together, they have $2 million available, and we're only, between the two programs, spending under $400,000 at the moment. So we think structuring these programs so that they look a little more like most of our other scholarship programs would make sense and could be achieved within the existing appropriation for the programs.
That means level funding.
Yeah.
You said, is that 400,000 for both those programs?
That they have used together in the most recent year.
Okay.
Yes.
That was for both?
Yeah.
Not
Let me
400
double check.
plus?
You know, for this one, just about 89,000.
Yeah, 89,000,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Ammons is recognized.
Thank you. I just got to ask this question. So why go to private instead of, is this expanded to all the publics?
So it's already available only for public institutions.
Okay.
When it was created, I believe that was just a step that the advocates believed might make it, I think it was a strategic choice when the program was being created. But there are only 7 public institutions that offer this kind of program. There are many school social workers who are needed, and there are some private not-for-profit institutions that do offer the program, which I should have described at the very beginning what the program does, and I apologize for failing to do that. But this program is for people who are social workers who want to become school social workers, and they need a specific professional educator license that allows them to take those school social work jobs.
So is it that the 7 that's offered in the publics are overused and we need more programs? Or is it just that this scholarship is underutilized?
I think
generally.
I think it could be some of both. I mean, so these programs require a practicum. They're generally going to be older students that are participating in this because it's an advanced degree program. So people may be less likely to be able to, move around the state to get to a program, or to allow them to continue to make money if they need to keep working while they're completing their program. So we think it could be an advantage for students who don't have the flexibility to get to a nearby program.
I would imagine that you all audit these programs at some point. Where I'm getting at is that if the program is underutilized and we short for money.
Yeah, well, it's also, I mean, it's still a very new program. It's only been funded for a couple of years. Let's see. Do I have my stuff? It just launched within the last couple of years.
So it's relatively new.
It is relatively new, yes.
Okay.
And it's a fairly narrow niche, specifically targeting those who are already getting their Master of Social Work and want to go into school social work.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can, Leader Lilly, look at this again, as you try to make it available to more institutions, because obviously the state and we're responsible for having resources and programs that have been underfunded on one hand, and here's a program overfunded and underutilized on the other. So it's pretty new, so we need to track the data and see if opening it up to nonprofit privates will provide more interest and more opportunity. But those are the kind of things that I think ISAC needs to do in auditing these programs to see if they are being effective in the way that we envisioned them when we passed it. So that's what I would add to the conversation, Leader Lilly, to look at this again.
I respect the comment.
Yeah.
As they have come to this point to see some of the challenges with it is from an audit perspective. What I will ensure that we do is have an ongoing audit of the program to not only make sure that people are accessing the program, but who's accessing the program. So I really enjoy the concept of making scholarships available.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
There being no further debate, Representative Gon Gershowitz moves that House Bill 5462, no, sorry, 5460, we're still on the first one. So there being no further debate, Representative Gon Gershowitz moves that House Bill 5460 do pass. Do we have leave? There being 8 votes in favor, 2 opposed, 8 votes in favor, 2 opposed, and none voting present, House Bill 5460 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Leader Lilly, you are now recognized to present House Bill 5462.
As I mentioned, this awesome committee we'll be looking at HB 5462, and this is an initiative that will refine the existing Human Services Professional Loan Repayment Program. And again, I'm going to turn it over to Catherine to add to the tweak we are providing to this particular program.
Thank you, Catherine Krisovich from the Illinois Student Assistance still. So this bill would take, we have an existing Human Services Professional Loan Repayment Program that ISAC administers. Our biggest challenge in administering this one, which has been around since FY25, is that the statute didn't define who counts as a community-based human services professional, which is who is intended to be targeted by the program. So we've had an issue where we have struggled at times to determine whether applicants are working for an employer that meets the intent of the bill, because we had a pretty good idea what the advocates intended, but didn't have it spelled out in the bill. So what we would like to do, we have what I would say is the definition that is in here now is a placeholder. The Illinois Partners for Human Services have a separate initiative, House Bill 5174, that would create a task force on the human services workforce that provides a better definition than the one that we initially developed for the program. And so there will be an amendment on this that aligns with that other effort to define who counts as a human services professional. They have much greater expertise in that area than we do. So that is the main crux of this bill. The other changes it would make, so unlike our other loan repayment programs, this one has no cap in terms of how long an individual could receive assistance. So you could have one person get many years and maybe squeeze out somebody who might be a new applicant who's also eligible. This bill would allow someone to receive assistance for up to 4 years, which is consistent with most of our other loan repayment programs. And then we would clarify that the person needs to actually be working at the time when they receive the assistance, because it's meant to be a retention program. There's no fiscal impact from this one other than potentially, freeing up some of our administrative time by clarifying some of the terms.
Thank you for that explanation. There are 3 witness slips filed as proponents. Cosette Eiley with the Illinois Partners for Human Services, Catherine Grisovich with ISAC, and Kristen Rubelke, this time with Illinois Home Care and Hospice Association. Just to clarify, and there's no opponents on the other side. And just to clarify, we're going to have an amendment that is just fine-tuning a definition, and we will see that here in committee. So,
correct.
Okay. There being no further debate, Representative Blair Sherlock moves that House Bill 5462 do pass. Do we have leave? There being 8 votes in favor, 2 opposed, and none voting present, House Bill 5462 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. And we will continue with Leader Lilly. You are recognized to present House Bill 5463.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and ladies and gentlemen. This is the last bill in a series of 3. HB 5463, amending the school and municipality social work shortage loan repayment program. And I'm going to turn it over to Catherine.
Thank you. Still Catherine Grisovich with the Illinois Student Assistance Commission. So another existing program, we have this program was created to help encourage hiring and retention of school social workers and municipal social workers. So what we did with this one, there was actually a bill last year, House Bill 3511, that passed the House unanimously and ended up sort of languishing in the Senate, that contains most of the provisions of this bill. So this bill would clarify that funds will be used to repay educational loans. Right now, the statute says will encourage the person to use the money to repay their loans. It would increase the maximum award to $8,000 from $6,500 per recipient, which was an element of last year's bill. Allow the recipient to receive 4 years of aid. Right now, it's just a one-time award. And remove a prohibition on social workers who report to police departments. So that's one of the restrictions in the current bill is the social worker can report to a municipality, but they don't qualify if they report directly to the police department. So this would remove that prohibition. The main difference between last year's bill that passed unanimously and this year's bill is this would also allow school counselors to qualify for the loan repayment program. I'm glad to attempt to answer questions.
Before we go to questions, we do have witness slips. You have no opponents again. Wonderful job, Leader. There are 4 proponents, Jelani Sadiq with Advanced Illinois, Jorge Arteaga, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, with Young Invincibles, Catherine Grisovich with ISAC, and again, Kristen Rubelke with National Association of Social Workers, Illinois. And with that, do any members have questions? Minority Spokesperson Swanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many people are using this now?
I do have this. Okay.
And what's the budget for it?
Okay, so this is the one that is funded in combination with the scholarship program I mentioned earlier. So for this program, last year we had 47 recipients at an average of just under $6,500 per person, which was the maximum allowed under the current law.
And what this bill does, it increases that from $6,500 to $8,000 per student?
Yes, the maximum available, yeah. So if they had less outstanding loan debt than that, they would get the lower amount.
Please again?
So if this only is used towards repaying student loans, so if they don't have $8,000 worth of student loan debt outstanding, they would get a smaller amount.
Whatever that amount is.
Yeah.
Okay. But still, it's increasing.
Increasing the
expenses.
maximum.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. And one thing I would say is, so we do have in some of our other programs, we have a maximum set in statute, but the overall program is subject to appropriation. So one thing that it is possible that we could find, as with many of our other programs, we may have more demand than funding is available to serve everyone at the maximum level. So it would be possible that we could look at something like prorating the maximum amount if we needed to.
And the only thing I would add to that, as they were reviewing and auditing the program, what we found that the cost was more. And so that's why the increase is in place. We're trying to recruit, and it's going to take a little bit more resources in investing in this profession. So appreciate your consideration.
Spokesperson Swanson, are you finished with your line? Okay. Representative Freeze is recognized.
Just real quick, historically, what has the funding been the last 3 years?
The funding a couple of years ago was at $6 million. For this year, it was reduced to $2 million.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, there being no further debate, Representative Barbara Hernandez moves that House Bill 5463 do pass. Do we have leave? There being 8 votes in favor, 2 opposed, and none voting present, House Bill 5493 is declared passed, will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you for spending some time with us, Leader Lilly. Come back anytime.
I shall. Thank you, fabulous committee.
We're going to move on to House Bill 5503. The chair would like to recognize Leader Gonzalez to present House Bill 5503.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Spokes, members of the committee. Here to present House Bill 5503. We've made notable strides in Illinois to try and close secondary education attainment gaps. Yet, as it stands, we still have more than 850,000 adults, 10% of the state's population, 25 and older, who haven't completed high school or its equivalent. In my district, I have the highest concentration in the state, with more than 22,000 constituents who never completed high school. This population is the most disenfranchised and faces countless barriers to labor market participation, livable wages, employer-sponsored health insurance, and advanced educational opportunities. House Bill 5503 creates an additional pathway to high school completion for adults 22 and older that is based on national best practices, provider accountability, and successful diploma completion. Moving the needle on attainment means eliminating barriers and opening access to post-secondary and workforce pipelines for currently unserved students. The program is intended to be complementary to Illinois' portfolio of adult education resources open only to vetted education providers, and it has an outcome-based funding structure to ensure dollars are only being spent if students are meeting set academic progress milestones. We're working with the Illinois Community College Board on an amendment to clarify legislative intent and standards, and there's an agreement among stakeholders to hold the bill on second while we work out an amendment, and a commitment to bring the bill back before the committee for final consideration. I ask for an aye vote.
And thank you. Before we move to any questions or testimony, we do have witness slips. There are 7 proponents and 60 opponents. If it's okay, can I waive reading those individually? Spokes Swanson, thank you. And I don't know, Ms. Mitchell, did you want to provide testimony, or are you just here for questions? Let's just see, are there questions from members of the committee? Again, remind the committee there is a commitment to hold this. I do think you have some work to do. You have some pretty big opposition to this, but I encourage you to continue working on this, because making sure that people have a high school diploma is a really important thing that we do. Representative Ammons is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Gonzalez, for agreeing to hold this on second. I have some concerns that I hope that your amendment will address, and so I wanted to put them on the record for you now. One of these is, can you tell me why we would support a for-profit high school to do this in the state of Illinois when we have non-for-profit organizations that have been working with us currently on re-enrolling high school dropouts?
Hi, thank you so much for the question. Jenna Mitchell with Graduation Alliance, a multi-state provider in this space. We are working with the Illinois Community College Board to strengthen the protections against predatory providers that are in this legislation. Currently, it includes vetted provider approval from the Illinois Community College Board and consumer protections for students. And currently, multi-state education providers are already operating in this space. They are contracting for services individually with our educational institutions. So this really increases the transparency by having them directly contract through the state or be approved by the state.
And is this program that you represent, the program that wants to come to the state, correct?
I represent one of several providers. We're one of 54 in Ohio, one of 15 in Michigan.
And this is basically asking us not only to approve that, but to fund re-enrollment of the students under this model.
Correct.
And what is the cost that would cost us if this bill were to pass as it is?
We believe in the first year, and this is structured as a pilot program, that it would take a $1 million appropriation in order to produce the outcomes that would be necessary for lawmakers to make data-driven decisions in future budget years.
Is this a in-person school?
Actually, the bill allows for all modalities, so in-person, hybrid, virtual. We think that it's really necessary and critical to have a pathway for every type of learner. Some students learn best in person. Some students have barriers to returning to in-person programs, such as lack of childcare, transportation. So this bill really attempts to meet everyone where they're at and provide a pathway that can be custom to their learning style.
So can you tell me, and I think I've seen a few of these, that what percentage of your programs would be online only?
I think that would be up to the Illinois Community College Board in terms of the pool of providers that are being accepted. So if implemented, this legislation would start with the administering agency. They would put forward an application and then go through an approval process, vetting those providers to ensure that they're meeting all requirements to operate in this space. And it really is up to who's applying, who is choosing to operate, and who's approved by the Illinois Community College Board. But in other states, we do see community colleges participate, school districts are participating, multi-state education providers are participating, and so it's really a mixed gamut. And Ohio has found that best practices show that when you really open the doors for a lot of flexibility, I do, on that note, want to note that there is a very rigorous accreditation requirement that's in here that we're also working with the Illinois Community College Board to flesh out. But it really is what moves the needle in terms of educational attainment.
And why the Community College Board as opposed to ISB, since this is high school re-enrollment?
That's a really great question. It's something that we have discussed with the agency. I first reached out to them back in September of 2025 to start these conversations, and at that time it was because they are currently administering all of the adult education programs, but this would be very similar to other programs that seek to complete high school, but this is, you're correct, it's a Tier 1 accredited high school diploma, so there really is a lot of oversight, and ISB is participating with ICCB in making sure that we're meeting all of our teacher licensure, curriculum oversight requirements, and so it really is a multi-agency effort, my understanding is, in terms of what this amendment will look like.
I guess my final question, just we can talk later, Edgar, but the question is how the delivery of service will be for high school diploma and how that aligns with current high school requirements, and how this program would align to those. I hope the amendment is addressing that, because I'm unclear on how that would even align. And then some online programs, they do a wonderful marketing strategy, but the delivery strategy is less than impressive. And so I would love to see data on programs where they currently exist and the success rate of those programs in those states on a program like this for Illinois.
Absolutely. We do have that data, and we can share it with you.
Thank you.
Are there further questions from members of the committee? Representative Freese.
Thank you. So how are these agencies compensated if they're approved? Are they approved per applicant or enrollee or by success rate?
The funding flow is based on outcomes. So dollars are not going out the door unless the set academic progress milestones that are in the legislation are being met. So every month, any providers that are approved and operating are required to submit back to the administering agency the number of credits that have been completed, the number of workforce credentials that have been completed, the number of diplomas that have been completed, and reimbursement is calculated based on those outcomes. It's not a There are different in-person opportunities that are called meetups that certain providers can choose to implement. Graduation Alliance does have that as one of our touch points with students, very robust human touch point. But a great question in terms of how we know that a student is completing these milestones. We have protections in place to review all curriculum. The intent is for this all to be based on Illinois graduation requirements. So we would seek to put protections in place to codify that intent so that we know that students are actually participating in these programs.
Yeah, my concern is so I've got a kid who's in high school. I never graduated, so I put my kid in front of this in the computer to take the test for me. That's my concern.
That's I understand your point, and I think that we do have protections that that we can provide to really alleviate those concerns.
Okay, right. In what are the numbers on those individuals that have not graduated high school, and what are the age ranges? Do you know?
The average ages are below the age of 39 across the country.
What about Illinois?
In Illinois, I do have those figures here. If you will indulge me. I'm sorry? You know, I have gender and racial demographics. I do not have age here with me, but I can certainly follow up with you. I do know that 70% of the 850,000 population in Illinois that was referenced by Leader Gonzalez is below the age of 59. So it is working age. Primarily, these are working age adults.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions from members of the committee? I want to remind the committee that there is a commitment to hold this and come back. So you may be asking some details that we may hear an amendment later. But Representative Blair Sherlock is recognized.
Okay, I want to be sure I'm clear here. So is it you're advocating for this program because it gives better job opportunities to people because they can save opposed to a GED?
Studies, not studies, actual outcome data does show that there is a wage differential between those who complete their GED and those who complete their high school diploma. I would say that we do need a full, robust system. This isn't to replace the GED programs that we have. There are students that never started ninth grade that are more, apt to pursue a GED pathway. But if we look at any students that made it to their junior or senior year and have a few credits left to get that Tier 1 accredited high school diploma, it does make a difference in their wages, and it is recognized by the military and other employers. Illinois has done a really great job of destigmatizing GED pathways by kind of rolling it into an Illinois state high school diploma. But this is something that looks to get those last milers across the finish line and into the workforce. In other states, we see, so in Michigan, for example, 23% of graduates are matriculating into post-secondary education, into their local, typically community college or public university system. The increases in labor market participation are up nearly 10% in Michigan. 54% are reporting employment in a high demand field, and hourly wages have increased an average of 25% post-completion.
Okay. So my other question is there criteria in here so that a person has to be so far into high school to get into this program, or could a freshman, somebody who dropped out their freshman year, do all 4 years of high school through this program?
Currently, no. So the reason for that, and in the bill, it is eligible students have 10 credits remaining or less to complete their high school degree. And there's a cap at what a provider can reimburse for each student, and that's at $7,500. We would exceed that the more credits you add on and the more time you add on to the pathway.
Okay. I'm a little concerned. I don't know that this bill is quite ready. I get what you're doing and why you're going there, but I do think it lacks some detail that maybe it needs. But we can talk offline too. Thank you.
Representative Freeze, and again, I remind you, an amendment is coming back, but please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, sure. Real quick, so ICCB is opposed. Have they indicated to you, representing you, what their opposition is? Sure. ICCB is in opposition. Have they represented you or come to you what their opposition is?
They're working on some language, and we're waiting as of this morning. But we're very much willing to work with them.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, just Representative or Leader Gonzalez, I just great timing on this because we happen to have the Midwest Higher Education Compact in town yesterday and talked about a lot of these issues. And also concurrently, our governor has just released a plan, did an executive order to create a new group to look at attainment. And I think this is probably a conversation that needs to be brought to this group because we're talking about, I want to brag about Illinois. We set a goal of 60% by 2030. And I have the data. We are at 58 right now. So we are reaching that goal. And they are looking at that goal and what do we do for the next 10 years and how do we fine tune it and look at not just the broad credential, but all the different types of credentials. But clearly you can't get a post-secondary credential until you have that secondary credential. So I would encourage you to reach out to the governor's team and see if this could be part of that broad conversation. I think that could be a really positive way to move.
We'd love to.
Thank you. So there being no further debate, Representative Norma Hernandez moves that House Bill 5503 do pass. Just want to remember it will be held on second with a commitment to bring an amendment back to committee. Do we have leave? Okay, there being 8 votes in favor, 2 opposed, none voting present. House Bill 5503 is declared passed. Will be favorably reported to the House floor. I look forward to hearing about your continued negotiations.
Thank you, Chair, and the committee.
Okay, we are going to move to House Bill 4990. Representative Canny, I'd like to recognize you to present House Bill 4990.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minority minority spokes and members of the committee. I want to start by letting you know that this is a bill we have been working on for some time. Last year, we came to this committee and asked for permission to move the bill out of committee and hold it on second to bring back an amendment. What you see before you are the fruits of that labor, but in exciting news for you, we are continuing to work on this bill. So I am here again to ask that we be permitted to continue the conversations amending House Bill 4990, which are updates to our Preventing Sexual Violence in Higher Education statute. I commit to holding the bill on second and bringing the amendment back before this committee. We just would like to continue our conversations with the various and sundry higher education authorities that we've been working with.
Thank you for that. We do have witness slips. There are 56 proponents. There is one slipped opponent. I think we have had discussions about trusting you and the process. There are some opponents who have chosen not to slip because they trust that you're going to continue to discuss.
Yes.
But with that, I'm hoping that minority spokesperson will allow me to not read those individually. Thank you. I see a witness. Do you have testimony that you would like to begin with, or would you like to just answer questions?
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Sarah Boyning. I'm with the Illinois Coalition Against Sexual Assault. We support the bill, and I'm just here for questions, so thank you.
Terrific. With that, are there questions from members of the committee? Remember, we will be seeing an amendment. So if there's a lot of nitty-gritty details, you could maybe ask those after committee as well too. But please, Representative Ammons.
I just want to agree with Representative Canty that I know she's working on this amendment, and I hope the amendment covers a couple of topics that's in my phone. Okay, one of them is potential exposure for the campuses. That I know you know that that's on the issue, the private right of action, as well as a little bit of unclear provisions that I believe you are aware of, a couple of unclear provisions in the current process that you're going to address.
Yes, we've been working with the universities. None of them seem to have the same definition structure, so we have been working to address some of those issues. We've also been trying to make sure that we ensure compliance. And so the private right of action is part of an ongoing discussion. I have challenged our communities to figure out how they might get compliance with these updates that we're looking to make without a private right of action, and I believe that they are capable of that. Yes.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to say them for the record.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Well, I want to thank you for your continuing work on this. This is, I know, been a long time for you, and I think we are all aware of sexual assault on campus is a very grave issue, and we need to do things right. Yes. When we look at that, we have the survey on campuses to take kind of the pulse of how things are there, and there was a lot of work Representative Ammons and I did on that space, and we continue to use that as a tool. So I appreciate the work that you guys are doing, but there being no further debate, with a commitment to hold this on second and bring it back for an amendment, Representative Katz-Moll moves that House Bill 4990 do pass. Do we have leave? There being 8 votes in favor, 2 opposed, none voting present, House Bill 4990 is declared passed, will be favorably reported to the House floor, and I look forward to the amendment. Thank you. The committee is going to be at ease for just a moment. Okay, we're going to reconvene, and I'm going to put Vice Chair Chung in the chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Chung is in the chair. The chair recognizes Leader Stewart to present House Bill 5051. Leader Stewart, take it away.
Well, apparently I don't have a folder, but I think that's okay. House Bill 5051. This deals with reverse transfer. And we basically want to solve for the problem if there are students that we sometimes end up with credits but no credential. And a student has transferred maybe from a community college, goes to a 4-year, does not complete it the 4-year, yet they don't have the associates from that community college. So we want those credits from the 4-year that are applicable to the community college to count and get them that paper, that associates that's so valuable. There's another version in the Senate that there is an amendment on that's we will match this one to there. That is moving through the process. We just think this is important enough that we want to make sure we have it in both chambers, that something gets across the finish line. So this version I will hold on second. It will match what's in the Senate. And my ask is just to let me pass this out of committee so that we have it if we need to take that step.
Great. Thank you so much, Leader Stewart. We have just witness slips into the record. We just have one proponent. It's Matt Berry from the Illinois Community College Board. Are there any questions from the committee? Yeah, okay. Minority spokesperson Swanson, go ahead. Oh, you don't have a question. I just thought you said you had a question. All right. So we have no questions then? All right. Well, there being no further debate, Representative Ammons moves that House Bill 5051 do pass. Is there leave? Yeah. Okay. There being 8 votes in favor, 2 opposed, and 0 voting present, House Bill 5051 is declared passed and will be favorably reported to the House floor. Thank you so much. And I'm going to put Leader Stewart back in the chair.
Thank you, and the committee will stand at ease for a few moments. Okay, we are ready to go. This is our last piece of business for today. I would like to recognize Representative Ford to present House Bill 4687.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I move for the passage of House Bill 4687. This is a simple bill that repeals the Educational Loan Default Act, effective immediately. I think we tried to pass this, or we passed it last year out of committee to the floor, but we didn't vote on it. So I move for the passage of the bill.
Thank you, Representative. You do have 2 witness slips filed as proponents, Dr. Brian Apollo with the Chicago Public Schools and Catherine Grisovich with the Illinois Student Assistance Commission. I know I did some asking around, and I know that lots of our higher ed campuses are also in support of your bill, even though they're not shown slipped here. At least that's my understanding from their conversations. So are there any questions from members of the committee? Minority spokesperson Swanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have any idea of how many numbers this might affect?
There may be some experts in the room that maybe have that answer. Let's see. Do we have any experts in the room that can answer that question?
It's always good to have backup, isn't it?
But now I may not be able to answer it. Could you repeat your question? I'm sorry. Catherine Grisovich, still from the Illinois Student Assistance Commission.
Sure. Do we have any idea how many students or how many people this might affect?
So I don't have an overall number of I can get you a just general Illinois default rate, but maybe it would be helpful to talk really briefly about what the act does that's being repealed. So the act that's being repealed basically says that state agencies, departments, boards, commissions, universities cannot employ someone for beyond, I believe it's like 6 months. Yeah, if they have a defaulted loan and they haven't entered a satisfactory repayment arrangement, and those same entities can't have a contract with someone who has a defaulted loan and not in a satisfactory repayment program. One of the issues with this is, so ISAC used to be a student loan guarantor, and agencies and universities used to be able to come to us to say, can you certify that this person is now in a satisfactory payment plan? We're no longer a student loan guarantor, so we don't have access to that information. So there's not really a place for agencies and universities to go to get the certification they need to comply with this. So it strikes us, this was actually something that U of I flagged, and we thought that's a good point. And right now it seems like a barrier to hiring and to procurement, which are two processes we don't need to make any more complicated. Most likely.
This only applies to students or employees who went to a an Illinois university.
I don't think that's the case, actually. It would be anyone who has a defaulted loan. But it's the Illinois universities that are affected by the requirement that they have to make sure the person is in a repayment plan.
Does this include community colleges?
I believe so.
Private colleges?
I don't believe it affects private colleges. I think it's just public entities. To give you an idea of how old this all is, it was before we were even known as the Illinois Student Assistance Commission. Yeah, it's just state agencies, off boards, commissions, agencies created by the Constitution, all the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. So it's units of government, so it would not affect the private institutions.
All state employees include IDOT. All state.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
They're telling me that some experts are saying that this is actually causing a shortage in our workforce because people are afraid to apply for the jobs. Yeah.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Thank you, Representative Ford. It seems like we have workforce shortages, and we've put a barrier in front of hiring those people. And those are the same people that have had a hard time paying off their loans, and we are cutting them off from gainful employment, that would give them the dollars that they could use to pay down those loans. So it seems like a ridiculous circular argument, and this makes a lot of sense to flag this, especially given the change under ISAC and no longer being the simple place to go for it. So thank you to the U of I system for flagging this, and thank you, Rep. Ford, for bringing it forth. And with that, there being no further debate, Representative Blair Sherlock moves that House Bill 4687 do pass. Do we have leave? There being 10 votes in favor, none opposed, none voting present, House Bill 4687 is declared passed. It will be favorably reported to the House floor.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee.
Yes. And there being no further business, the House Higher Education Committee shall recess to the call of the chair.